Why, hello there. Ooh, let's get that going. I'm going to adjust that a little bit. We'll fix that here in just 1 second. My lighting has changed a little bit and made the background placement, the chroma key, a little bit unhappy. But first and foremost, let's make sure this is working, and I think I'm quiet now. I think I need to adjust that. The big Pop OS update happened, and a couple things got tweaked. I fixed up a lot of them, but I keep running into little things. So we'll have to kind of play it by ear. Oh, my background has fixed itself. Cool. Perfect. Seems to have... My focus is off now. Cool, cool, cool. One thing at a time. First, let's kick up my volume a little bit. That seems to have been reset for me. You are not... That's correct. That should be muted. That should be muted. And that should be muted. That's already kicked up. How about we just turn that up a little bit until I start to see... Oop, that didn't quite work, eh? How do we like that? Still quiet. And I gotta turn this off too. It's too noisy. There we go. How about that? Ooh. That looks closer. Probably still a little high. There we go. We'll go with that, and if it's not good, let me know. Because it's a little difficult to tell from my side. I can do this. That seems okay to me. Just do this. Yeah, it's probably all right. My levels look good. Let me know if it's not. I'll fix it. Fix it more. Okay, that can go away. And we had some work to do. I tells you. Oh yeah, I gotta fix my camera. Hang on. I had things mostly fixed up yesterday, but it appears to be not completely fixed up. So, double check you. Oh, that won't let me. Okay. Guess we'll do that instead. And we'll crank that up a little bit. And We go there. Ooh, that makes me kind of disappear. While I was getting everything fixed back up, I went ahead and tweaked things just a little. And now we kind of got to iron them out just a little bit. So kick that down. I'm still a little bit disappearing. But if I turn that down just a tiny bit, I think that's a good balance. Okay. Oop. Maybe not. It's weird that it comes and goes. We might just go back to the annoying background replacement that doesn't work so great, because this is working not so great. Let's give you just a couple more points there. And if I get a little ghosty, I get a little ghosty. It's all raw. Still get it. Okay. I think it's because I have the window open, the light changes a little bit. Okay, how about that? Let's get that going too. Alright, we'll go with that until we have a reason to tweak it. So, let's go take a look-see here. Let's open this one. So we've got that guy here. And let's go with the other one that we cooked up here. It was this one. Yeah. Okay. So, we have a couple different things to look at here. So this task was to remove, the branch we're on currently is to remove, speaking of which, my beloved drop-down terminal doesn't work in Cosmic. I need to go find a replacement that I heard they're working on and figure out if it's done or not. But we need to what was the command? Now I gotta remember the command for Temuxifier. Load window, that's what it was. Not start window. No, it's not. Load session. There we are. Okay. So, we're on the branch, we're clean. Let's clean these guys up. In case we need to run anything there. So, I don't want to do this with regards to the branch here. This needs to be part of a bigger refactor, basically. Need you to be bigger. So we got a pretty good start here. But this all relies on character being a pointer in the map, right? Which means that we need to take you and pull out the world manager first, which right now just kind of wraps a map manager. But we need to break those apart and rename to orchestrator and all that. We can do that as part of the same branch. That's fine. I'm not mad about that. It's just a rename. So here's what we're going to do. We're on this branch. This has diagrams that were changed in it. But what was the name only? Yeah, okay. And we did something in game map. We added a to-do. That's fine. We don't need to worry too much about that. It can live in there. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go ahead and let me pull this out really quick. Where are you? There you are. So open a PR. Add notes, diagrams. What we want to do with the event system and reorganization/refactor. Removing tags would be a heavier lift than expected, or will be. Will be a heavier lift than expected. Need to do some factoring, reorganizing /rethinking. Do them in own branches. So we're just going to merge the diagrams. I would just throw away the branch, but then we lose our diagrams. We don't want to do that. Bop, 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 bop. So we can delete that. Perfectly fine. Out you go. Let's go ahead. Wrong window. That's why my tab completion wasn't working. There we go. All right. It would be good to have CI/CD before we do this, but I don't think I want to stop and do that. Or do I? It sucks because I have to move over to my own Git repo, and I need to still test my backups over there. We might have just like a housekeeping stream at some point, but the past two have been kind of like housekeeping and planning, so I want to make some progress. So we're just going to go with it for now. And it should be fine. It shouldn't matter if there's branches in progress when we do it eventually. I don't think. Because we're just going to rewrite the user information when we do. Because my user's different over there, and I want to keep them separate. But okay, so we need to make a branch. And the first thing we're going to do is get things renamed and split out World Manager. So let's just call it Split Out World Manager. And this will kind of set the stage for our what's the word? Multiple maps too, right? So gosh. Check out -B. Let's call it actually refactor map to world manager. Let's do that. And we're not going to have these guys right now, so let's just kind of... Well, I guess that makes them oogly. Let's, no, it's not that. It's that. We're just going to go regular tmux here until we need to start running things. Right now, we just need to refactor stuff. It'll be less of a hassle. And maybe we'll just... Maybe we won't even use tmuxifier. I don't know. I'm not super happy with it. Like, we can split things out as we need them, I suppose. Okay, so we have our plan. Let's tidy our work state up just a little bit here, or workspace rather. Game manager will get renamed, and do I love orchestrator? Maybe it'll keep its name as game manager, and we'll just call you world manager. It's really just a name, but it helps to orient us, right? When we see them. Game manager, character manager, world manager. Yeah. So let's leave that. You, though. First things first. Game map. You need to get refactor, rename. World manager. Yes, also rename the package. Okay. Map here. We're not going to need game manager right now. Map is going... Let's do an internal for the map, the world manager package. These guys can get refactored like so. That's gonna break some stuff. Oh, that's why you're all here. Never mind. That's right, I forgot about that. Okay, we need to roll that back just a second. We can just put you back here. That goes away. Oh, you're going to be... Okay. Everything. With the space. There we go. All of the things. Okay, now we just have that. And if we do... that fixes all that. Okay. That should be all right. That's not what I want to do. I remember the command now. Go into server. I need to start the database before we do anything here. You need to run for me, please. Go. Just gonna make sure everything still launches here really quick. It should. Yeah, okay. Let's just make double sure here. We've got no error messages. Yeah, cool. Okay. That's fine and dandy. That's a bug that's going to drive me insane. There we go. There's a bug in Cosmic right now where if you drag a full screen window out of full screen, it keeps its size. They know about it. It should already be fixed. It's just not been released yet. The joys of a new desktop system, window manager. I have peanut butter from breakfast on my mouse pad. Hang on, 1 second. There we go. Ah. We've disturbed the green screen now. There we go. So, I also noticed that my Be Right Back screen is broken. We need to fix that eventually. Cool, 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 cool. Let's see. We're done with this for a hot second. Let me put this down here so it's out of my way. Okay. Yeah. Where was I? We've created that, or we've renamed that rather. I need to change that up. So, errors. Okay, that's fine. We need to figure out what of this gets to stay and what gets to go. Because there's basically two different things here. There is a map, but there's also management-y type things. So like get transits would need to take an argument, but we don't want to do that just yet. We don't want to go down that path and do that refactor. We want to stay in our lane here with regards to breaking this package up. Right now you have room connections. That's a tile. This is tile, duh. So we have config and we have a map, which is a struct. Some of this needs to become our responsibility, though. As part of this, we're going to remove this mutex and this minder channel and all of that stuff. We're still going to have a log. We're still going to have a message broker. We're still going to have a config file, but that's going to be... That's going to end up changing, but for now it's going to stay the same. This is going to become a list of... Or maybe it's just a... maybe it's a folder, maybe it's a list. Either way, that's part of multiple maps. For now, it can stay tile grid, tile table. These need to live in map. These can stay in the world manager. Why do you... Oh, because I have... Duh. It thinks I'm... Never mind. In fact, why don't we just start? Hang on. Hang on a second. We're going to take you out because this is all related to that minder, which is going to go away. We're going to let the parent take care of it. I won't need sync anymore. That's good. Shutdown won't need to exist anymore. That's good. We also have to be aware of our test that we're going to be breaking because there's tests for these things, which are just going to go away as well. Test minder, test minder, test minder, all go away. This doesn't need the mutex anymore. Everything gonna get simpler. For right meow. What are you? You're telling me that you're redundant because I have fataled there. That's fine. We'll just take you out. Tidy that up a little bit. Probably the same thing here. No. Potential nil in grid at. Because you return a pointer. We're going to leave it for now. Because... What are you mad about? Duplicate code. Okay. That's fine. Don't remember why I did that instead of just doing a global logger, but that should take care of that. So we need to be in server. Yeah. Should have done count on that. I will do count on that. Oh yeah, we need to update as well. There was a Go update. Everything okay there. Perfect. So, we will remove the map minder. We'll accomplish this via world manager told to run ticks. Actually, I should capture that. We decided to do it I think we decided to do it in the orchestrator, the game manager. I think we decided to do it at the end so they get queued first. Or at least that's what we decided we were thinking, but let's do it this way. Okay, this becomes that... We need to fix that eventually. That's still future. I don't think we have any bugs for this. Okay, so we're going to do... this. We're going to say refactor current preparation for multi-maps and making events easier. So that's the thing that we're doing right meow. We need to, after that, becomes removing the tags list. This is just going to be server because it's going to touch a bunch of different systems. Refactor events system to run on one set of events and be easier to reason about. That comes after. Or maybe before. How do I want to do that? What order of operation makes sense? Well, we'll worry about that later. For now, we just need to know that it's on our to-do list. Oh, I totally forgot what brought me here in the first place. And these aren't really bugs. I'm just going to put them here. They're refactors or enhancements. Considering condensing my multiple panes thing into a more traditional Kanban. I don't know. I was trying it as a thing, and it's good to have them broken out, but also there's value in like the ordered, list of things to just pull up. Anyway. We like switch to using tags if they have them over here. I don't know if they have them for GitHub projects yet, or at all. Anyway, what was I thinking? I was thinking that I needed to I've lost it twice now. I was just talking about it. I'm losing my mind. Map test. Tick events, right. Replace the map minder removed by refactor with a handler that game manager can queue an event for at the end of a tick. Adds all on tick events for map start of the next queue. This is the idea. May need refinement. Okay. We're going to do that after that. We also want to do maybe the same with character, but we'll put that over here. Place characters handling their tick events a single pass that runs them all, triggered by game manager. Queue them. Start the next tick. Yes. You're at the bottom, and it's a long list. I know. There's so many things to do. Okay. We'll probably do that after that. Probably. Could change it later, though. It's fine. All right. So. How are you a duplicate code fragment? Why won't you? You won't let me go? Okay. How about them apples? Game map test. Wait. Oh! I accidentally created a duplicate while I was trying to roll back my ill-thought changes. Whoops. Okay. That's a problem. Thank you for catching that. Even if I can't... Alt-Shift, Enter... Okay, we have a test reload config now then. Why did I do that? I don't know. One thing at a time. We need to clean this up. That's fine. Remove accidentally duplicated files. How embarrassing. Right. Okay. Keep trying to hit F12 because that's my drop down. That's what I normally work out of. Deeply unsatisfying. Like, even if there was a way to move the terminal, well, that might be a problem. Like if you had a password or something up on one, or something sensitive, and then you moved it by accident, might shoot myself in the foot, so let's not do that. Anywho. Alright, so we've removed that stuff. Okay, so we've got failures there because they're pointing at the old thing, I think. Yeah, okay. I totally shot myself in the foot with that command. That's fine. I should have known better. Okay. You're not gonna let me, are you? It's, yeah. Game map. Dot gets replaced with world manager dot. And this is in regex. I need to escape that or take it out of regex mode, but I'd rather not. If I can just change that. World manager. Really? Apparently that's a bug now too. Okay, now I can do it. But because you need to be renamed now too. And then I need to match capitalization there. Shutdown, why don't you have... Oh, because we took out shutdown, yes. Actually, we're going to put that back because we're going to want to make sure that we like save state and stuff on a shutdown. So to do when we save state for things, we'll want to have this ensure we write current state to the DB. For right now, we're just going to return nil and let it be that way. We could also just do and write that. Okay. Game Manager still has old references in it. Game map needs to get replaced. So this will be the same that get replaced with that, like so. Import this gets fixed up by removing that. And then you we have to fix up just because that's a sloppy replace, but that's fine. Oop. There. Okay. And I bet we have a bunch of tests that need fixing too. Okay, that looks good. Not Q. Okay. These are going to be all broken. Yeah, okay. That's fine. So we need to look at the server. Not server. Server internal game map test. So that makes sense. No, wait. This is in main test, sorry. It's saying that game map doesn't exist, which is accurate. World Manager config. That's all the same. We're going to do this even though we know it's kind of a sloppy replacement. Because it'll get 99% of them. In this case, it might get all of them. Groovy. Fix that. How do we feel about dem apples? So we've got game manager test. And I think that's it. Unless I overlooked something. Pull you out. We're gonna do the same thing here. We know it's a little bit messy, but we don't care. That seems to be a bug. Alt Shift Enter. Do it. Well, thank you for that. Are you... There we go. Took your sweet time, didn't you? Mr. Goland. Okay. And then we get rid of the old game manager reference. That, in theory... Nice work. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you much. Very kind of you. Okay. So, everybody passing now. Good. And server runs again now. Good. So we're done fixing our mistakes. Double check game manager and test map main test. What did we change in map? We put this shutdown back in. Yeah. That looks good to me. Fix old references to the game map. Good enough. Okie dokie then. Oh, that reminds me, I need to fix this really quick. One of the other things that broke was the Really? Come on now. Restream's integration with OBS is currently broken for me, but it never worked great anyway, so I decided I didn't care, and I'm just going to run without it. That means I need to fix that myself, and there we go. Now I have. All right, so that gets us back up to a working state. We can go back to our task here of extracting the map and the world manager into two different things. And I think it's easiest if I do a refactor here, and hopefully GoLand will help me out here more than it did on the other one. Okay, tests are good. All right, I think we're good. So let's just go ahead. Push that up. Now, we need to create and think about how these guys can be laid out, because it would be nice to put them into internal, because nothing else should really be messing with them. They live in the same thing now because of the circular import issue, but should probably be able to get them pulled out, I would think. Cooldowns. These can already get refactored away. This is for like making sure you can't spam look, which we need to test more, but double check here. It would be oh, so I messed up. Okay. This gets to be don't mess with that. Your cooldowns. Okay, you're not exported, but that's fine. You need to be. And then I'm going to want to refactor this too. But for now, we'll just go ahead and export you. Change that. Skill check tracker got exported, so we're good there. Oop. Just need to change that. And probably the same thing down here. No. Unexported field success. This would need to be exported. That needs to be exported. This is all going to get fixed up anyway. We just want to have it in a working state for now. Hey there, Mr. Mongoose. How you doing? Nice to see less of the Flutter nonsense for a change. Hey, Mr. Crescio. How you doing? I'm doing all right. Looks like we got some stormy storms rolling in, or not storms, but just like rain. Shouldn't be a big issue today. But I spent past couple days doing a bunch of work on stuff. And now we're back to this project, which I'm actually pretty excited to get back to. The update for people on the LTS version of Pop came out, so we're on Cosmic now, and it's caused some issues, which is part of what I had to fix over the past couple days. I prepared, because I was on this kick already of getting things sort of just squared away and better, so that we can, Tmux and stuff like that. So I finally took the time and did the dive on getting a NeoVim configuration set up if I need to use it. If things over in JetBrains land take a turn and they don't allow me to uninstall their AI crap in the future, or the quality becomes just so awful that it's unusable, I have my fallback ready. The amount of NPM in the language servers in Vimland is shocking to me. It's one of the things I learned this past couple days. Sort of diametrically opposed worlds, you would think, like the simple text editor crowd and the bloated, disgusting JavaScript ecosystem world. But yeah. Cosmic itself is actually decent. It's got some rough edges, but it's very snappy. I'm happy with that. Okay. You should now all still be good. You're not. I missed something. Internal World Manager. Where'd you go? This is World Manager test. Still has an old reference in here. You need to be imported. Weapon sharpened. Glad to do that right. They needed a package manager. Kids just stuck with what they know. NPM. Well, they have a package man. They have multiple package managers. They have Lazy. They have Packer. They have one built into NeoVim now. It's the language servers that rely on NPM and some of the other formatters and linters and stuff. Which makes me think that their language servers are probably written in TypeScript, which is gross. It's better than JavaScript, but it's still gross. Hey, Terrace. I just choked on my own spit. I'm good like that. I started playing with Google Jewels. I can't get enough of it. What is Google? Is this an AI thing? Are you about to bamboozle me, Terrace? Agentic coding. I was bamboozled! You're right, LSPs. Yeah. And my background has... I think it's because it's adjusting white balance and the light changes a little bit. Annoying. I might go back to the less good. Okay. What was I doing? Yes. Okay, so we fixed that. So this should now pass, except for it doesn't, because we have cooldown entry. Oh, we didn't. No fielder method success. Where is my? This must be in. Where tile has a failure because tile didn't get updated yet. It still has. Oh, it's not in the test. It's in tile itself. It still has an old reference that needs to come out, but for now we do that. That's an interesting question. Where do I want to put that? But for now. Yes, I'm afraid you're right. Kids nowadays resort to TypeScript for grammar instead of using Yak. I'm not familiar with Yak. You give it a task, it opens a PR, so it feels like you suddenly got a team of mid-level developers. I mean, you get a team of AI slop is what you get. No, I was, learning how to type all over again. There we go. I don't know. Maybe it's done simpler in TS. I mean, maybe. I don't really know much about the LSPs. I know what they do at a high level, and that's all I've really cared to dig into. So I don't know. So tests all good now. Infos. All right, perfect. We are good there. I don't like JavaScript. TypeScript is better. I still don't like it as a language, but I would find it less awful if the whole NPM mess wasn't the whole NPM mess. That's my biggest gripe with the front end TypeScript, JavaScript, React ecosystem is that you install one thing and it pulls in 1,000 packages. It's absurd. Yak, yet another compiler. Parser generator used to create parsers for context-free grammars. Oh, okay, I see. Parser generator used to create parsers for context-free grammarators. That sounds like something that would really suck to write. It'd be really hard, I think. Okay. We're going to commit this because we're back to working with this. Pull the cooldowns package. Pull cooldowns out into an internal package, let's just say. Yeah, NPM is insane. Yeah. But, I mean, there's a surprising amount of TypeScript in general. GitHub Actions actually runs on TypeScript. I learned that when I set up the Forge Joe runner. I was trying to build a Flutter test container for CI/CD, and the GitHub action to install Flutter doesn't work. Terrace is on a 5-stream streak. Legendary. So I was like, okay, well, what if I just like install Flutter in the steps, right? And let it cache the install and all that. Where was I? Roll that back. To try to get it to run. I tried to put it into, I needed jQuery, so I had to put it into a new container. I just grabbed the new Ubuntu container and then tried to run the action, and it said, hey, you need NPM and TypeScript and all this other stuff. I was like, oh, and then I dug into it a little bit. Turns out like all of that crap runs on TypeScript. Craziness. And I didn't dig too deep into writing your own, but it looks to me like you can write whatever you want into the custom action, but the engine that runs it is all TypeScript, I think. We need to try to do that. I think now Flutter setup is easier. There are even a couple of alternatives. Well, it was a thing. So it was, I don't know, like a couple weeks ago. So ForgeGeo actions are akin to GitHub actions and based on GitHub actions and compatible with them in some cases. A lot of the ForgeGeo actions in the ForgeGeo actions repo are actually just clones of GitHub actions, but they are not all of them. So the Flutter install action does not work in ForgeGeo. I have fork GitHub action. ForgeGeo, never heard of it. ForgeGeo is a fork of Git, which is a Go-based open source Git forge. Git is like they're a company, you know, kind of trying to do the open source freemium sort of thing. And the ForgeGeo guys didn't like that so much, and they also felt that the prioritization of security wasn't high enough. So, they forked, and I grabbed that one just because if it exists already and it's existed for a while and it's got a track record of being updated and maintained, and it does, then you minimize your chances of the rug pull where they go, you know what, we're not open source anymore because we can't make enough money, right? That's kind of my only concern with Git. So I just said, you know what, let's try ForgeGeo. And it's okay. It's definitely a thing. But anywho, so that action didn't work. I was having trouble with something else. I forget what it was now. Caching was broken. I had to fix that. I fixed that in the runner. And something else happened. I wound up just making my own Flutter test container because then it can cache the container locally, and then it's better. Have you tried using Flutter Version Manager? Nope. On CI, no. So it gets even more complicated in the pipeline. So I just decided to just not worry about it. Just let it be. Just make a container with the version pre-installed that can cache that and be done. Container as Docker, yes. Cross-platform cat, which works on Windows too. I don't need Windows. GitHub action cat, cross-platform cat. I don't understand, but the context. Problem with FEM is written in Dart, needs Dart to run. Okay, yeah, see, there would be a problem right there. I try to avoid GitHub. It is useful for sharing code, but their TOS pricing changes and spotty Git actions just suck. Yeah, exactly. That's what kind of pushed me ultimately. I wrote about it on my blog. It was a combination of, what's his face? Thomas Domke, their old CEO, saying that you needed to embrace AI or get out of your career. Well, fuck you, Tom. But also, like, they put GitHub under the AI guys, and it's been crap ever since. Like, they've had multiple big outages. There's action pricing changes that you just mentioned. So I was like, it's time. Built my own GitLab instance 15 years ago. Never regretted it, even with extra sysadmin overhead. Yeah. Cat version, read value of version file so you can use it later in other actions. Oh, okay, I see. That's one of the nice things about their Go action, is it actually looks at Go mod and figures out the versioning from there to install. And then it can cache the install. I should maybe consider building a Go container with the dependencies already in. It seems so silly to me to keep pulling every time, but like, we'll see if it becomes an issue. My dependencies got bigger in that project when I had to I didn't have to, but I chose to use test containers to spin up a throwaway database to test against. And now that shouldn't end up in the build of the server binary, but it does show up in the testing for sure. Yeah, but if you have multiple different ecosystems, yeah, that's a problem I have to solve in the future. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. We'll see. I learned Docker a bit for stacks. Yeah, I tried to avoid Docker, so that's the other hole I was in the past couple days, trying to figure out and get going. I was using Podman because Docker running everything as root is just absurd. I don't understand how that's just so widely accepted. It's so wrong on so many levels, right? So I like Podman more. And it's usually a drop-in. It's a drop-in for me on my laptop. It works fine for everything I tried to do. I can run test containers on my laptop with it, no problem. But as soon as you go into CI land, because it starts a container to run the job in, then you're in Docker, it's Docker's all the way down land, right? And things get more complicated and annoying. So I followed all of their different, turn this on, turn that off, set this, set that. There's options, there's config flags, there's a YAML file that I spent like an hour trying to understand why it wouldn't parse, but I had an extra space in there because it's YAML. And significant white space in files needs to die. So I eventually just said, this doesn't work. I tried my best. I'm switching it to Docker. We're just going to do it. It's a runner. It's its own VM. It's firewalled off completely when it's not being actively worked on. So, YOLO. Need to go for an ad hoc meeting? Have fun. Good luck. But yeah, I get the feeling that their Actions product is not like used by a lot of people yet, and that perhaps Podman in there is used by even fewer people. It just doesn't feel ready yet. But I don't want to commit to setting up something new just yet. If I can make it work for long enough, then it's fine. But I digress. All right, so. Also, I need to adjust this just a little bit. One sec. Perfect, I hope. All right, anywho. Where was I? I was getting these things pulled out. Okay, so cooldowns came out. We'll leave that for now. We want to make that better because it's should be like mostly actually unused right now. Nothing's maintaining its state, that is. But that's fine. Connection was one of our problem children because it has circular imports, which is why it was in the map package, because coordinates checks game events. Why do you have game events? Game events. Is it because You return a message. Remove. People just use their own Docker containers instead of using default GitHub actions. Yes and no. There's multiple different CI products. Because like within the context of CI, right? Exclusively, here's what we're talking. So there's stuff like Woodpecker, Jenkins. You can test locally and in CI in the same environment. I mean, kind of. You still have to have something that runs it, right? Pulls the current state and runs it and all that. And you need, duct tape for that. Be that. Like Jenkins is great for DevOps duct tape, right? That's the best description of it I've ever read. Actually, I know the easier way to figure out what uses you. We take you out and see what complains. Ordered exit list. Right. Locally, I run make test. Right. CI also runs make test. Right. But there has to be a server or a box that runs that, right? And picks up that something has changed, triggers the action. CI solutions just provide interface results. Well, I mean, they provide a thing that actually runs them too. And talks to, your Forge and all that. Okay, so why did we do this? Because your connection is the only one that knows about these things. That's why. We'll want to pull that out eventually, but for now, it's fine. No, it starts local Docker container, same that is run in CI, just on demand. Right, well, but something has to run the make test and the Docker container, right? Something has to say, a push has been made to GitHub. Now I do things. I run it on demand, no push made. I mean, you can do that too. That's going to have to stay in there for now. Right, but that doesn't give you your integration on the server that says, am I allowed to merge this? That doesn't give you your merge rules. That doesn't ensure that everybody ran the test. That doesn't share the test run with everybody. Like, that'll get you far enough on your own for sure. But if you want to have a build and test pipeline, you need to have a system that does that. And that's why we have GitHub Actions and Jenkins and Woodpecker, and there's like a list of them. Let's see here. Circle CI, Oh yeah, Azure DevOps is a thing. I think AWS has a thing. GitHub Actions, Jenkins. Pretty sure AWS has a thing. GitLab. I don't know what they do for CI. I haven't played with them. Oh, that bug is so bad. I always merge manually, never had the need to merge automatically. Well, I don't know what things are like where you work, but everywhere I've worked, there was a process and a procedure and a great deal of red tape. But it's also just nice to have that, make sure it automatically runs, to make sure that you didn't forget to run. Let's see, what is some other... Because that list is nowhere near long enough. Octopus, I've never even heard of that one. Here, they wrote an article though. Octopus, so there's them. Code Fresh. Little visual. Jenkins has a plugin that does something similar to that for you. GitHub Actions. CloudBees, never heard of that. I've heard of these guys, I'm pretty sure. Azure DevOps. Harness. There's a ton of different options. Okay. So, connection needs to import game events and coordinates and checks. Where's checks? Internal checks. Cooldowns. No? Checks up here. Okay. Ah, skill checks. Right. It's called checks because they don't have to be skills. So you, I think, are good to be extracted as you are. And connections, let's do instead. Just because. Cancel that. You don't need to be refactored yet. You're not even talking to anybody. You're an empty folder. Okay, then. Exclude. GitLab CI handles running tests when I push the remote. When a version is published, GitLab CI builds binaries, right? Yeah, okay, so yeah, you have to have something up there that runs those things, right? So there's your system, probably GitHub Actions, maybe? And that has to have a server or a box that pulls down the code and pulls down that Docker container and well, in your case, it runs make, but then it, ends up pulling down the Docker container. You still need a system that tells it to do that wherever that thing is. Oh, you said GitLab, not GitHub. Yeah, same deal, though. Like, something runs it. We picked up there. You go here, like so. It's integrated in self-host. Right. Forge Joe actions are integrated too. Oh. Here's where it came in, right? Because then it needs to import World Manager to know about this. But it shouldn't. Destination transit. Okay, so, okay. Undo the move. That's where my problem was. Of course, there has to be a server run task. Right. um... So we need to, okay. I'm going to delete this folder just because I don't want to confuse myself. It's just I don't depend on some abstraction layer like GitHub Actions, just run scripts in Docker. So you have to have... I don't know how GitLab CI works, but there's some sort of workspace isolation to prevent crap from happening, right? That's what Jenkins does. That's what Actions do. With Jenkins, they do it with workspaces and other stuff. Actions just pulls down Docker containers. So at the end of the day, it's effectively the same thing. And Jenkins is just as much of a pain to get things to work the way you would expect them to, if not more. And I haven't worked with the others, but you run into trubs pretty easy. Okay, let's... I bet you Tile has the same sort of problem if you try to move it. You need events, you need the message broker, but that comes from the map, right? The parent message broker. Extracting all of this is going to be a little tricky. GitLab CI also pulls down Docker containers. Right. CI is a complex topic. Of course you're in trouble. Right, yeah. Okay. Can I get away with putting you into... Well... If I put the map into internal... then I guess we can kind of just solve the problems as we extract functions. Maybe that's the answer. That'll make this a little less painful. Troubles usually stem from bad code separation. What do you mean? Let's try it. Let's try pulling map out. Why are you that? What still contains the package name map? World manager. Oh, because... Okay. Duh. Rename game map. Or actually, I could just do... Yeah, I'll do that. Are I would just like you to... Oop, cancel that. Don't do that. Just let me do what I want to do. Separation of concerns in code functions do too much task and side effect. I'm confused as to how that applies to CI. Like, that's the code in general within your world. But like the CI, I think of completely separate from the code because it should be treating that code as a black box. Like, it pulls it down and runs it. It should be all it should do. Let's see here. The this. Leave that alone for now. World manager. Okay. Leave that. I don't know what that actually used to drive. We're just going to get rid of it. It doesn't get used anymore. We're going to leave that in there for now, but it's going to go away. Recovery coordinates. That stays with the world manager because it needs to know, like, if I have somehow misplaced a character, where do I put them into the world? That's going to be a world manager concern. Handled events, also true. Simpler APIs, easier to test and mock. We need to start up 3 servers in your CI job just to run unit tests. You have a problem with separation of concerns. Yes and no. Because mocks are always wrong. Like, mocks represent your understanding of the current state. So if you want to do an end-to-end test, you need to stand up 3 different servers, right? Otherwise, you're not doing an end-to-end test. You're testing what you thought the contract between 2 things should have been at the time when you wrote that. It's not reality. That's why things like test containers exist, because other people believe, like I do, that yes, I'm not testing the database's ability to store and retrieve data, but I'm testing my wrapper around that and my functions and my handling to make sure that it's correct. And the only way to know for sure is to shoot it at a database. For an E2E test, not for unit tests, but E2E goes in CI/CD as well, right? So, or it should anyway. Like, you should definitely have some smoke tests in there that are running full end to end on both of your, or all 3 of your, whatever, real things. Map config file, that stays in here for now. Map the struct. This log needs to come up out of there. We need, well, hang on. We need a new struct for I guess we can call you manager. Because these things probably need to live in you. Of course, E2E is a part of testing, but if unit test fails, E2E is not run, allows for faster iteration. Right, but that's still not... Like, that doesn't apply. I'm trying to understand your statement of it being a separation of concerns issue. That's what I'm puzzled by. Tile grid, tile tables stay for sure in here. Skill, these, okay, so these... Or do they? Do we let the map drive? We should let the map drive these things. That way we don't have to worry about it. We get an answer back from map. It knows things. We can ask it to do things, which we kind of do here already. Message broker, though. Load map. We configure a message broker. This probably needs to be in the parent. Message broker. Does not have a configured message broker. Yeah, this needs to go. Because ultimately we asked the tile about this anyway. Which probably goes into map itself. So we say, hey, map where this person is. Tell me about them. Or tell me about what they see. And then we dispatch. We could pass it as an argument, or we can put it in and just send the response ourselves. This doesn't need to be... Message broker doesn't need to be in each map, which is good. That's going to end up in our manager. You're going to be a broker. The way I see separation of concerns in current context is that you can test your server very fast for stuff that it does. It's just all data transformation for DB to JSON API. Yes. But you still have your end-to-end after that. So, like, it's not... Like, there's no... Server should not be concerned with the database, it just transforms data. Server should be concerned with... Well, testing should be concerned with whether or not it correctly interacted with the database. So like, okay, so here's an example. You're going to write something to a database with a unique key, right? So your database function is going to take whatever data, transform it into the internal structure that it belongs in, shoot it to the database, right? If your test just assumes that the database responds with okay, and then if you try to duplicate that key, it responds with duplicate key error, you can mock that, sure. But if there's an error in your test or something, it might give you a different response. Did you handle that correctly? Was it the correct response? Like, testing should check the API input is properly parsed and pass database later. Right, yeah, exactly. But do you want to write a full mock for that? Or do you want to just spin up a server and let it shoot it out there and get the answers back? And then if an update happens, or if there's an edge case you didn't think about where it gives you a different response, like, do you handle it correctly? That sort of thing, right? Like, you get all that for free with the complexity of having a database container that exists only for the purpose of that test. To me, that's a super no-brainer. Like, just make a container. We have that technology now. Like, what if you mess up and that query is wrong and it doesn't constrain on that forward key or something like that, right? Can always fail in DB layer. You should check that, right? But you get to check that for free and handle that all for free with the minor expense of spinning a container, which is why I believe in testing against real systems, right? Or real, containers. The point is where you draw the line. But you're like, you still, like, your separation of concerns is intact, but also you still have complexity of another container. For free, but ED tests last much longer. I'm not worried about that. Like, you get the feedback fast either way. Like, because you have your container should be cached after the first time it polls. So you get to stand up a database container. It takes a couple seconds to do. Like, your first line of feedback is your local environment, right? And that's why I went with test containers, because it's going to automate all of that crap for me. It's going to spin up a test container locally. It's going to run the tests. Everything's going to be happy. Same container, but runs. Okay, so difference at right. So you've got, where's I need like a, what is it called? Is Excalibur the one that you can just draw things freehand? Yeah, okay. I think so. Where is dark mode? Let's see if I can use this well enough. So you've got, give me, there we go. So you've got your local, you've got your local box, right? And in here, you've got your code, right? What's my bro doing here? We're working on stuff and talking about CI/CD. Same thing I'm doing, just don't use, right? Okay, so it doesn't matter what you use. So you've got your code, and you run your test, and it's going to talk to a database, right? If you're doing testing against a real database. Now that can be something running in Docker. It can be just a locally installed, whatever. It doesn't matter. So you've got your testing that happens here, right? Choop. This is your first line of testing. This is going to be your fastest, right? Then you push that up to the server, like so. And then something, and it's conceptually another server. It's going to have communication there, and this is your Git. And it's going to see there's a change, right? And it needs to run that somewhere. So what it's going to do is it's going to talk to it's going to have a job that the runner is going to pick up. Runner, another server conceptually. Can be here, whatever. This can be, so in Jenkins, it's another box usually, or another VM usually. In GitHub Actions, it just spins up, it is another box too, actually. It doesn't have to be, but it should be. This is going to spin up a container, right? And that container is going to clone your Git, right? And inside of there is your code. And then it's going to run your testing again. And that's going to talk to a database. And what needs to happen is that database needs to exist somewhere. The unit test is faster, DB test. I mean, it doesn't have to be, right? That's what I'm saying, is I prefer to test even a unit test against a database. But this guy, he needs a database. And the question is, where do you come from? So in ForgeJo Actions, and I assume GitHub Actions as well, I haven't done a ton with them, and in Jenkins, we need to spin this up somehow. So the runner, in this case, in my case, the runner is going to launch another Docker container, and that's going to live in there. And then this gets redirected up to there. So it talks to that new container, right? And then when this test is done and we go on to the next step, like let's say we're testing the UI, we do this. This is all your back end. It's going to create another container and it's going to check out, and usually you'll do sparse checkout here. It's going to check out the next bit of code and it's going to run the test here for your front end or whatever. And then if you want to have an end-to-end test, then it's going to run another container and it's going to check out whatever it needs. Maybe it's the whole repo in this case, or, you know, if you're a multi-repo or whatever. And then if it needs a database to do the end-to-end test, well, then it's just going to create another container. It's going to have a nice new fresh database, and these are all going to get thrown away at the end, right? So like there's no separation of concerns violation here. And even in your simple test case where you want to test against a real database, you still need to spin up this container. So like it's all the same, right? Is what I'm saying. Like you, especially with Go, your integration tests, so the labels on tests have always been muddy and they've never been like a hard and fast rule. But if you're going to have integration tests, like they're going to end up in the same place as your unit tests, right? And it's fine. If your testing is all in the same ball, it doesn't really matter that much. Like obviously if you get to the end to end, you need something else to execute and drive that, right? But that's where good tooling in things like Go come into, where my tests all live in the same file, be they integration or be they unit only testing a function, it's all the same, right? So they're all going to get run. And I don't need to set up another thing. I don't need to do any other crap if I just spin up a container that I'm going to need anyway. To me, that's the most sane approach. Like, I don't see the value in meticulously going through and saying, well, this is truly a pure unit test, and well, this is, you know, this is an integration test because it touches another thing, and it's fine. I want to test this module. I want to know that it works correctly, or I want to test the whole damn thing. That's the separation that I really find useful in my head and in my pipelines and my work. It's like if you have a bicycle and you use it to go 2 blocks to work every day, and you're going to go to the corner shop for a quart of milk. Why not just take the bike? It's already there. You've already invested the time and effort in acquiring it and learning how to ride it and getting good at riding it. So it's right there. It's going to make your life easier. You could walk. You could. There's no problem with that. But why? What do you gain, you know? Okay, what was I doing? I was trying to pull out a map package. Okay, so these guys, these are going to have to shut down. We're not worried about him right now. Tile grid. Nobody uses tile grid anymore. That was for the old editor UI. We don't need that. You get used, but only in tests. I'm not super worried about that. Oh, here's a good example, right? Okay. Every time I run this, no spaces. right? This is going to take a second to run, but this is touching a real database. This touches Mongo, creates tables and databases, and then drops them at the end. Like, we're talking seconds of time, you know? Less than 2 seconds in total for this guy. Most of them far less. And I actually don't know why you take 2 seconds. It's an interesting question. But like, this is a fairly large project. So like having it not touch a database is just not a huge deal to me. I understand your point, and I agree with you. EDE is the gold standard. The thing is, bugs happen in lower layers, usually in simpler things, just transforms. I mean, you test those too. You can fast track your CI process by testing simpler things separately. But for the cost of setting up a container that takes a couple seconds, the tests all take, you know, seconds as well. I don't think this gives me a total time. But it's not a lot. And I've got failures because I'm in the middle of breaking stuff, but you know. What did I break? Let's see. Test. That's all the debug output. Nil pointer. Game Manager 197? Oh, it's because I'm in the process of doing that. That's why. I haven't fixed that yet. Alright, not worried about that yet. That can be a problem for future me. So we have our manager still. This map, like your CI diagram, it's very correct. You describe detail what happens when CI job is run. You should put it as a separate video. Maybe, I thought that was like common knowledge of as to how that would happen. Maybe, I don't know. I would have to go through and clean it up and make a nicer drawing and explain more about it, I think. Like I went through it just now to try to illustrate my point, and if there was a moment of stupid, to kind of walk through it, and hopefully you would say, wait a minute, you just said something incredibly dumb. It's not common knowledge, really? I guess, I don't know, man. Like, I learned to do it just because I had DevOps guys that were bad at their job, and they're like, I don't know, it says it failed, so like, we don't know what to do. And I'm like, give me a login and shut up. I'll just fix it. It's more like esoteric knowledge. Only some graybeards understand it. So once upon a time, I thought that I wanted to do DevOps work and admin work and stuff like that. By the time I gained all the skills to run things, I realized I was already tired of that job and I didn't want to do it anymore. So, like, a lot of it's probably out of date now because I haven't kept up on it really. Like, I do what I need to do to make my crap run, and that's as far as I get into it. So I guess that's why I don't have DevOps content, is I don't really feel like a DevOps guy. But like, I want to automate. So I did read most of Google's SRE book, if not all of it. It's been years now. But I really agreed with their automate the drudgery sort of thing, where like, I don't want to manage this crap. I want to set it up. I want it to be idiot proof, because future me is going to be an idiot because I will have forgotten everything I did. And so that it just runs until it breaks, and then I got to go figure it out. But you know, that's just life, entropy and all that. Should really create a 2-minute video, but try to draw it a bit better. Maybe I will. That's okay. Let me pull out my old trusty. Here's a graybeardism, right? The legal pad. Let's see. Where's my list of ideas? That was just scratch paper. Get rid of that. I'll write her down. Two-min-ish video on steps of CI/CD. I'll give that some thought. I've got so many projects in the works right now, but we'll see. We'll see. Some of them I hope to be able to share soon. Well, one of them at least. I hope to be able to share soon. But I'm currently working through the CI/CD stuff, so I'm in my servers and stuff, and I don't want to stream that lest I accidentally show an IP and then the entire world, you know, starts beating on my boxes. Or you know, leak credentials or something. But as soon as I get out of that to where that part is done, I want to start streaming that stuff too. Okay. I was still trying to do this. Today's one of those days where I'm just everywhere. Message broker comes out of map. We're going to let the manager work on that, and it'll pass it in if it needs to. If we decide it needs to. Agree, things are getting more and more complicated. It's better to automate as much as you can. Right, yeah. And like, it becomes quickly a full-time job to, you know, manage all that crap. So you gotta try to minimize the amount of manual work as much as possible. And also just consider, you know, like, what amount of expense and time and effort is it going to take? Because anytime I spend making the pipeline has to really pay for itself in terms of my energy invested, right? Because that's time I'm not spending writing code. And the more boxes you get, A, the more cloud cost you have if you're doing cloud stuff, and B, the more admin cost you end up with. And the current state, last I checked, for admin stuff is actually really, really bad. Like, it's... Everybody, I think, is just using the cloud platforms that have some of that stuff built in, and the tooling around it has been left to kind of rot. The answer from, like, the home labbers is, and from the guys that still have on-prem stuff, is just, like, a bunch of Ansible scripts, I think. Is kind of the answer I took away last time I went looking, and it's crap. I don't like it. Like, it's Ansible SSHing around, and ugh. And there was stuff like Spacewalk, I think is what it was called, that used to try to give it a nice web GUI that you could get to and better understand what was going on. But that's been discontinued. And there's no real, like, good-looking replacement yet. There was a couple that are trying to be that I saw the last time I went looking, which was a couple years ago. So I might be out of date here. But they all looked pretty half-baked. Understand you have parallel projects. Thanks for accepting this. Yeah, no, I'm always down to try to, like, if I had not parallel projects and I had that free time, I would absolutely be banging that out. It's always good to have suggestions about what people think is valuable, because, you know, like I said, I thought that was just like really common base level understanding. So that's why I just did a throwaway diagram to walk through the thinking. And I didn't like stop and really try to go slow and explain. So it's always good to know what people think is valuable, you know. Don't like Ansible myself also. Yeah. Which it's weird because there's so many really great tools now. That everything's written in Go too, which is amazing. Like, Caddy is amazing. It's so much simpler than what you call it, Nginx. So much simpler. Does HTTPS by default, calls out to Let's Encrypt, gets you a certificate. You do nothing. It's so good. Restic backups, great. Also written in Go. What was the other one I encountered just the other day? There was something. Oh, what was it? I was using something. I was like, this is great. And then I went and looked and it was written in Go. Dang, now I don't know. Anyway, there's a ton of great Go stuff out there now that really seems to embrace doing the right thing, or making it easy to do the right thing, and just making a good experience to consume their product. And it's amazing. I love it. Cut this live and make a short. Let's see. I mean, yeah, I could. Maybe. I think I would rather polish it up if I'm going to do that a little bit. A short is an interesting idea. I don't know how long shorts can be. I do need to make more shorts just because that's like what YouTube wants to push. A lot of stuff is written in Go because it creates static binaries, which make for lightweight containers. Yeah, well, there's that. It's fast and easy and just delightful to write. And yeah, the static binaries is a huge thing. Huge thing. Okay, so that'll need to get broken out. Yeah, there's the static binaries, but also it just kind of it feels like a lot of the newer tools have really onboarded the idea that I don't want to read your entire library. I don't even actually want to use your library. I want to accomplish a task, right? That's why I'm here. I don't care about your library. So don't make me read the whole thing to understand how to do the right thing. Like, if I need to go deeper, I can. It's open source. That's great. That's awesome. But don't make me, right? And that's kind of been what I've been observing in some of these newer tools, is that they work the way you want them to out of the box, or there's a clearly documented config file with like a couple different common use cases laid out. Like, that's what I love to see. That's good documentation. I just wrote a blog about, like, documentation is UX for this kind of a thing, right? And something that I need to really think about if this ever becomes available to other people, which I'm still not sure about. But even for me in the future, I need to think about these things too. Like, what is the easiest way to set up my server the way I want it to? What do I do if I want to change, like 3 different common things in this module, like with the map or whatever, right? So I kind of wrote a whole spiel on kind of thinking about that and trying to internalize it a little bit, and like what makes good documentation and good UX/DX. Because I also have encountered some really bad experiences lately where I'm just like, why? Why is it so hard? I don't want it to be hard. I just want to do it. There's a whole paper on dynamic library use by Sun, and they couldn't find a use for it apart from X11 because X11 is a mess of libraries. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, there's another thing to rant about, because now I'm on Wayland, because that's what Cosmic runs on. And things are broken, like my refactor pop-ups earlier. Deeply annoying. So X11 may suck and be old and crusty and not support new things and, borderline dead. But damn it, it worked. Sun Microsystems. Yeah, yeah. I also hear that Wayland isn't good to use either, like from a developer standpoint. Like, I hear it sucks. I hear Vulkan sucks to consume. Never done it, but I think we're kind of at a tipping point in the world where, like, previously the excuse was that everybody was turbo nerd that wrote anything, and you got to be a turbo nerd to consume, and you got to figure it out. You just got to read the code, right? That's kind of like the vibe I get from the old school stuff. And the new stuff is more like more accepting of the fact that you don't care about my library. You want to use it to accomplish a task. I'm going to try to help you to do that simply. And there's a lot of, shades of nuance in there that I'm completely omitting, but I can't believe that Wayland is still broken. WTF, right? They're polishing it for 10 plus years now, right? Yeah. It's there are so many things, and from what I hear, again, this is all just what I've read along the way as I tried to solve issues, not a deep study of Wayland. I've heard that a lot of the things that it was designed around are also just really old. Like, they're less old than X, but things that are super common now weren't as common then. I think one of the ones that came up recently was, I think it was multiple screens. Like, everybody runs more than one screen now. And I don't think the original stuff accounted for that as well. Because right now, Cosmic, if I try to put a thing in between, so I have an ultra-wide monitor, and I split it into, I use two separate inputs to drive to different windows because it's less of a pain than trying to have it be one. But other desktop managers, Windows managers, you can put a thing in between two screens in X because it like does a virtual screen thing with coordinates or whatever, right? Like global coordinates, I think is what they said, which makes sense based on like what I've interacted with in the display settings for X, right? This one, Cosmic and Wayland in general, I think it doesn't like that. If I try to put things in between, it'll pick whichever one it thinks it's on, and it's on there, and it goes underneath the other one. But, okay, so we're fully distracted now, so we'll just go on a tangent. Pop came on this laptop, and I decided I was just going to run it, just keep running it. Like, it's fine. It's a decent distro. It has the same problems that Ubuntu does with old libraries that have bitten me a number of times already. But it's not bad. It used a derivative of the GNOME window manager, but window manager, desktop environment, whatever the distinction is there, right? Anyway. And I hate GNOME. GNOME is what caused me to bounce off of Ubuntu early on in my explorations into Linux. I was like, oh, well, this sucks to use. And I didn't know I could have choices because I was still Windows pilled, right? But when I got this laptop, I was like, I'm just going to use it. Maybe I'm missing something here because GNOME is fairly well regarded by the world. I'm just going to use it for a while, and I just never changed it. It never bothered me enough to not use it. I just never liked it that much. Switching to Cosmic, everything feels a lot faster. It's way, way, way smoother and snappier to use. And it kind of highlighted to me that the experience I was having was not as good. I was kind of accustomed to it, but it was not good. And they have the other kind of weird stuff in Cosmic, but like it's still early days, so I'm just going to keep running it for a while. I still need to play with the tiling mode for it, see if I like it or not, but it's okay. I don't know if I'll eventually... Usually I use Plasma. I'm a KDE guy, usually. But Cosmic makes me kind of not miss it as much. With the exception of my drop-down terminal. My drop-down terminal not working is a big problem for me. That's probably the biggest. That and the bug where if I make this big and I drag it down, it's broken. That bug is really bad. If I small screen it or restore down, then it's fine, but it's just annoying. But it's early days for Cosmic, so I'm interested in experimenting with Hyperland eventually. I just haven't had like the time, the motivation, and a spare box all at the same time that I didn't worry about if things went bad. But these newer desktop environments that are coming out that kind of have interesting new and different ideas that aren't necessarily, they don't feel as oppressive as some of the other stuff where it's like, you know, like GNOME is the worst for that, where you do things the GNOME way. That's how a GNOME computer works. That's how a computer should work. Get over it. Like, is their sort of vibe that I get when I use GNOME. KDE is more like, you can set up whatever you want. Like, we're kind of Windows-like. We do some other stuff. If you don't like it, change it, you know? But yeah. I'm back for 13 minutes. Well, welcome back for 13 minutes. Is it a meeting day where you do nothing but go to meetings and then next meeting and then the next meeting? I'm totally sidetracked, and we've been just talking about Linux and CI/CD. Anywho, a game map in you. And we'll do that. And then I'm going to have a little connection drop because apparently it's that kind of day. It is kind of soupy up there. That makes sense. I just have a stand-up and before ad hoc call team. Gotcha, yeah. I was briefly offline. Yeah. We've got, like, rainy stuff happening over that away. So my connection may not be the best today. I keep meaning to, like, file them and take it and be like, hey, guys, connection's been kind of crap lately. And then I don't. You become game map move. You need your logger in you, not in the map. So that brings that up. This becomes game map look because we need to pass off to that. And eventually we'll have to resolve which map there. But for now, that'll get us going. That's fine. Why do we have you? Why did I give you a string? Because of this satisfies the interface from the parent. That's why. It needs to log. Hello to you too. It needs to log things about who's handling or whatever. So I have a junior level friend who does work for me from time to time, and now I have Jules, which is exactly the same as my friend, but I can run it in parallel and it reacts to me instantly. I mean, but it's still AI slop. Like it's the opposite of what I want. Like, your friend will learn and become better over time. Hello to you too. Blue goat, as they say these days. For people not in YouTube, he sent an emoji of a blue goat. This becomes a man. Ooh, no, actually, that's a lie. This needs to be a map still. Nothing's using write to file. We don't write maps to file anymore. I'm going to just ditch you. This, for sure, goes over into game map. I'm going to need this to go. That can still have a config file path. This will still need... For now, it can have the same. But eventually, it's going to need to be moved out. Tile grid. Tile grid lives in something else. Tile... I think these guys can live in game map, the package. I think. Without trubs. Does that change you? Did you not refactor? That's fine, yeah. Tile grid is declared in... Where? Where? Load map will need to come over. You take a config, which we need to create a type for a map config now. Loop. And it's really just going to take, for right meow, these guys actually need to go... These need to go over here because manager is going to know about characters. So those go in there. That goes away. This is just going to be tile, isn't it? Yeah, because you're now in the package here. Maps don't have logs anymore. This is really just going to take... What if we didn't have a config for you? Well, we do need a config because we need to store... Well, no, that's not true. We can store... We have an ID. We don't care about a name just yet. We don't need a config struct. Here, we can just take a file path. Then I don't need to join. I don't need to do that. I just do a load map on the config file path you give me. I don't need to store the config file path anymore either. That was for saving. We don't do that anymore from here. We do that in the editor. Where did tile grid used to get defined? Tile grid. Type tile grid, game map. Oh, you're up here. Okay, I see. I see. Right in front of my face. Now, the question is, what did I... Like, what was the purpose of having this as a type? I think that was to... Nobody uses this anymore. We don't have a get size anymore. Tile table is that. Build tile grid. Needs to come over here. That's internal. That's fine. Oh. We need the search box. And then tile, new tile. point in map bounds. You need to come over. You're a lovely little helper, but you hang off of a map, so that's totally cool. You can live there. Resize grid is eventually going to be a thing we do, and that'll live in here too. That's fine. Place tile in grid, move and look. These all come over here for sure. But we do need to export that. Leave my strings alone. Just do whatever else. And nothing, I don't think. Yeah. Well, actually, it should be one over there. Move needs to be exported. Again, leave my strings alone. This is going to feed me a tile. Who uses you? Nobody uses you right now. Place tile in grid. We're going to leave you, though. Type tile grid as a type grid. In grid bounds takes a grid, which is an interface? It is. Oh, that's why we had X and Y dims. Okay. Nobody uses you, though. Because we don't use the editor. We don't use this file for the editor, so we can get rid of you. In theory, I hope. Delete tile also has no uses. We don't need these helpers that are exposed because we don't edit from Go code. Grid at. Tile grid. No usages. Yeah, I'm just going to let the map worry about these sort of things. Okay. These guys can be manager. Oh. That's a lie. You are going to need to be off of a map. Oh, I guess that is a good reason that we would need to also save our config file pathing here. So we load the map. This is our file path that we loaded. If we did load successfully, we get our ID set up. This log statement will come out into whoever over here ends up doing the new part or the load part. And you have a game map, so that's where you'll get stored. Look. I don't need... Or do I? Do I need to bring back grid at? I don't think I do. I don't... Oh, it was a convenience. That's why. Do I use monorepo or have separate repositories for editor, server, and game client? Monorepo. Big fan of monorepo for things that are just like irrevocably tied together as part of one another. So I could bring grid at back. Or I could say if point in map bounds ld dot location, and then this guy, these should be down at the end because they're internal helpers, because it takes the grid tile grid location. Oop. Invalid location provided. I can do that. Ooh. I lose this logging. Makes sense. That's why it's easier to run E2E test. I mean, yes and no. So you can sparse checkout. That's what I do. So like in my other project, let's see. Can I show? Let me see. Let me see if there's anything sensitive in this file. I don't think there is, but I don't want to cause myself trouble. Let me go into my workflows. Hang on 1 second, just in case it opens any place crazy. It shouldn't, but stuff happens. Use that. Okay, yeah, we're good. Let's see here. Everything. It's their actions. Yeah, this should be safe. Okay, so this is the config file for the action. So it runs on Docker. That's just the flag for the runner. It does the checkout step. With a sparse checkout, it only pulls down the server file. And then it does its testing. So this all lives inside of a container. And then this step lives inside of another container. It'll check out. It'll run all this other good stuff. So I don't have to worry about... So this could just as easily be a block in another repo if I was to split it up, right? And if I had to run these both, then I could do like a build or whatever in a third. I could do a E2E or something like that, and I could do runs on Docker, and I could do another. I don't need a container probably, but I would need steps, and then I would do checkout. I would do uses the action path, like so, and then I probably wouldn't do sparse checkout here. I would just let it pull the whole repo in this one. But then I could do a working directory for a different step. So I could do like build server, and I could say like so, and then I could do run go build server, like that, and then the same type of step for the front end. It's probably how I would start laying that out. There might be something I'm overlooking there, but in general, discard changes, please. I don't want to actually do that. It's the same GitLab CI, just different syntax. Yeah, okay, so yeah, if I wanted to split that up, I could still do it into two different repos. I don't think that would be a problem for me. Ugh, my camera is gone. All kinds of crazy. I tried locking the focus, and it gets very upset. And I did look around for a little bit, and it seems like this is kind of just a problem with this camera. Some of them do it, some of them don't. Which is annoying. Super duper annoying. You If I do that, there, fix yourself. And then I need to like fix my green screen lighting. But that requires buying crap, and I don't want to do that right now. Well, then I start to go away. You would think it'd be able to tell the difference between green and black. But I guess not. It is kind of a tealy. It looks teal. The color accuracy, not great. What if I just went... I'll set this up later. For now, well, it might be okay. Yeah. We'll switch back to the crappy machine learning one. All right. Same in GitLab CI, just different syntax, yeah. Most of them are like, the same concepts. It's all just syntax and different approaches. Like I said, Jenkins, I'm pretty sure you can run Jenkins jobs in Docker containers these days. I forget exactly. I might be mistaken there. Like, I know you can run a container in a job. A job in container, I'm not 100% sure on. But they do a workspaces thing, and I think they play with like C groups and namespaces. I could be wrong. It's been a long time since I messed with that. A couple years now. But Jenkins is old school. Like, they still exist by just sheer... They were there first, I think. Because their kind of like relevance and quality have kind of just... Woo! Okay, so I lose the ability to log debug these things if I don't put loggers in the map. Ultimately, they end up using the same logger. No, that's not true. They can just have a logger. It wouldn't be the end of the world. I swear my audio levels have just been... Like, they started out super low, I felt like. But now I'm redlining too much. I don't know, am I louder than usual for y'all? Haven't ever played with Jenkins? Yeah, you're not missing a ton. Like, it's very much an old school tool, and it definitely shows in its ergonomics, I guess you could say. Well, there's a nice little frame drop spike there. All right, I gotta make myself a note. I gotta get on that. That sucks. Software industry has inertia, and people won't mess with the things that work. Yes, if they don't understand them. Even if they do, like having built multiple pipelines now in my career. Do I want to build another one if I don't have to and if the thing is working? Nah, absolutely not. Start link, file, ticket, speed drops. Well, speed slash connection. They're going to make me talk to Grok, and I don't want to. That's how far I got the last time I tried to do this. And I was like, oh my god, just give me a person. They'll tell me yes or no. Yeah, if I don't have to, I'd rather not. Yeah, exactly. Like, eventually, the old just becomes too much of a pain to work with, and then you got to, but like, or you get a manager who needs to add, drove a digital modernization to increase key KPIs to his resume or something like that, and somebody will make you. Okay, Git handlers. This is a manager thing, as is... Well, that's just returning that. That's fine. That's a manager thing. Sure. Print. Nobody uses you. And you're just a really basic... Oh, yeah, I was trying to decide if I wanted to bring this back. I don't. I'm going to put a logger in map. You're just being called log. That's fine. Then you'll import that. Get this crap out of here if I don't need it. What are you even doing with your life? There we go. So if you're not in bounds, return there. Otherwise, target tile is map tile grid at the location X, the location Y. And then this look would need to return for now. Oh, it can't do that either, though. Well, it can. It can import message broker for the sake of knowing how to return things. That's all right. That'll change here in a bit, but that's okay. We're returning a pointer here for the sake of being able to just set this to nil. So we return message nil instead of dispatching it to the message broker. True, managers have special powers given by marketing department. Yep. Yep. Or just by, like, virtue of being a manager. Oh yeah, we had a couple different... this should be... Oh, that's right. This is because of tags. Okay, that's why you're so big and awful. That refactors later. For now, you return message and nil. And the same happens here. Message nil. Because we just want to break things up first. That's the first task in this process. You also need to return the same deal for now. Message. Wrap y'all. We do the same check, so I'm just gonna capapasta. Oh, we already did that. That's gonna be a nil problem. We're gonna do the same thing here, except for instead of LD, it's gonna be CMD. That was a look data versus a command. Again, why we're cleaning this up. It just gets messy, or got messy. Okay, so that replaces this and is now nil safe. Then we do that. And we called you target tile instead of current. Visible connection CDs. We're not doing this right now. So we got to think about, does World Manager do this, or does a map do this? It probably needs to be a map. But for now, to keep things... Ooh. Okay, so this does need to go into an map. Still. That's okay. We just do... that for both, right? Yes. They're both cooldown trackers. This becomes nil because we aired out before we got there. Default "you are lost" message can come over because that's a map thing. Probably this as well. We'll see. Oh. Gross. This is a prob. Because, okay, that's why you just had your message broker like this. That's why we did this. I remember now. Because we are sending okay. I remember now. In the interest of just getting the conversion done, we're going to go back to this for now. Because when we clean up the events, that's when this stuff is going to become more of a deal. That's when we're going to change this. But for now, we do need... oh, what were you? That goes back. Dispatch message. This. And I called you broker. Let's keep things samey, just because it'll be easier to look at, to read. So we do that now instead. That. And that. Okay, and then there's the default. Cool. Recovery coordinates. Okay. For now, this has to come over here. Because currently, map is controlling that. We're going to do that, though. Place character at point. Needs to come over here into mapland. Ooh, does it? We got rid of grid at. Place tile and grid. Oh, that was used. That shouldn't be, though. We should just be overriding this. We shouldn't be... I don't know what I was thinking there. We want to make sure we rebuild from scratch in that case. When we add a tile. It's probably because we used to use the same code for the old editor as well, because it was in Go. So I was trying to not beat up that UI too much, but... this needs to now become... basically just... this. Oh, I can't do that. I need to do tile grid, except you're going to return a whole map. Okay. I see. Oh yeah, that's what I used to do here. So I would just need to do... this tile grid is equal to... Are you not called tile grid? Am I confused? Map. Tile grid. Oh, tile table. Okay. You are tiles, right? Wait. You were you return a config? What? Load map returns a map. What am I doing? Oh, I'm double working here. Because this is the config manager. I don't need that. So what I need to do here. Okay. Build tile grid. We need to break out all this into an internal. We can reuse in reload. For now, we're going to do this in the dumb way. We're not going to do that. We're going to return, we're going to say new map error is load map m config file path, right? That's going to give us a whole new map. We're going to say m.tilegrid is new map tilegrid m. Tile table new map tile table, and I'm going to say to do. This is dumb, but finish the refactor first. After that, extract the load into a private function and reuse here to replace the map stuff. And then all of this stuff just goes away. So here, if this is not nil, we return error reloading map. I'm not sure that should be hyphenated. And there's a new, well, at least new to me, weighted right. Nope, that one needs to say string. The %W in an error F is supposed to wrap the error nicely. Oop, I already did return. Okay. Otherwise, return nil. Like so. Not that it really super matters, but... Okay. So. Place character add point. We're eventually going to need that because you need to run through the world manager who's going to put you in a place. But this does have to be a thing that map knows how to do. This we're going to replace with our new check, and I got totally distracted because this needed you. Oop. You are going to replace these things that we don't need. We simplified things. We still check you for nil. That's fine. Oop. There we go. Okay. This is just location. Location pretty. Like so. Like so. Like so. Gets rid of that. Intertile. That's not even that. It's just transit, right? Yeah. That engages the other machinery. We're good. Which, speaking of the other machinery... Okay. Let's get this organized a little bit. Things that are internal go down at the bottom usually for visual organization. What do we still have broken in here? Message broker, because I just didn't finish. I missed broker. Invalid exit error. You lived here. That's fine and dandy. You can come over here. You exist just so that we can do errors is on you and make better decisions about our life and how to go forward with that. Okay. Handle event. Error is game map. This is now public. Move, but also needs message broker passed in. That's fine. This is game map invalid exit error. Wrong capitalization. There we go. This is now an exported guy. He also needs a message broker like so. Removing character from the map also goes inside the package. And getting tile by ID. Nobody uses you anymore. I'm going to chuck you. Ooh, actually, hang on. We don't know that just yet. I don't think it's used right now. That's the whole reason I think, though, we'd add a tile table. We might want that in the future. Determine if we need to have this table or not. Okay. Remove character from map. We're going to do the same thing we have been. We'll replace that with this fella. We don't need target tile, remove occupant. We don't need to worry about having that extra convenience function because it's really not as convenient anymore. That we don't need to reach out from outside. And then get tile by ID, it's exported, so it should be here according to the way we operate now. Okay, that. We'll do that. Now, this is just routed to that. That's fine. It's dishing them out as it should be for the moment. And then these fellas, they all live in the game map package. I'm super duper okay with that. Except for now, we're just going to add a message broker argument here. It's going to be a pointer. We're going to untangle some of this because it's kind of spaghetti-y right now. Same deal here. That's a pointer. It's really a channel under the hood. Broker, dispatch the message. One step at a time here to get things tidied up. That's why we spend all that time thinking and planning and figuring out what we want to do about the state of the world here. Okay. Now, I suspect... Oop, you need to be... Yep. You need to be handing that out. Suspect that our tests are going to be just absolutely in shambles right now. But that's okay. We'll go fix them to sort of represent the current state of the world. You also need the broker. Oh crap, but you don't take one yet. We need to give you one for now. It's messy, but we'll do it. And then who? You. Do we not have anything else that uses that? It was here. So this, for now, we need to add wrappers basically here. Right? Place character at point. Yes. It's going to have the same, or almost the same arguments. It won't have a broker because we have one in our manager. We return the result of this, though, right? Because you just give me back an error, yeah. And you would be good if I copied that, I suppose. World manager, yeah, it just returns an error. Okay. Easy enough. Wrong button. Return m.gamemap.place character at point. Same arguments that we got until we clean this up. Spawn message and then m.message broker. correct capitalization will help there. Okay, and then we needed remove character from map. Remove character from map. Just gonna copy all the way up to that. Paste it in. Return m.gamemap.remove character from map. Char ID. Location, and then m.message broker. Oh no, you don't take a broker. You're just that. And then I'm going to say to do temporary wrapper place when we refactor this that the manager and just replace when we refactor this. I'm pretty sure we can get rid of these when we start moving things around a little bit better. Although, I mean, maybe not. They may have to exist in some form, because this is going to need to resolve where they are, which map they're in, and then send the instruction to that map. We'll leave it there for now, though. Either way, it's a problem for future me. Let's see. So how borked is all of this? Super borked is the answer. New test map. Thanks for stream chat. Hey, thank you for the stream in the chat. It's good to see you. Have to run now. Right on. Have a good night. Oh yeah, I guess it has been 3 hours. I've been in it. See you tomorrow. Yeah, you too. Look forward to it, as always. Okay, so it has been 3 hours. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to stand up, stretch out, get a new beverage, and use the restroom. I encourage y'all to do the same, because we have been sitting here for 3 hours. But yeah, I'll be right back. Just fixing the background here real quick. I am alive. Oh, I guess I forgot to mute again after I walked away. So there's probably some background noise there. Sorry. I was using the restroom and getting a beverage. Right? It's been 3 hours. It snuck up on me. I was having fun. Okay, so our tests are super broken, as we kind of expect right now. Test map used to live in here, I think. New test map. That needs to get moved over to the game map test go. Like so. That lives in this package still. That doesn't have a message broker anymore. Ooh, we're gonna have to do some stuff there. Probably to like a... have to set up like a test broker or something, probably. We'll see. We'll delete it for now. But... it is still new map. Oh no, okay, so place tiling grid was only used in a test. So why... why was it... it was just over here? Oh, because it was... okay. Because it was used in multiple things in the old editor, that's why. So let's rescue... hang on. I can't scroll down, apparently. Can I search in here? No. It's just for a commit for the change. That's okay. Place tile in grid. Copy that. You can become... oh, you copied everything. Okay, cool. Cool. Appreciate that. Okay. We will just... you like so. And then these we will take back out. Tile grid. We need to... place tile in grid. Tile grid. Because that. Okay. Map tile grid as the type grid. We don't need that. We have... oh, what were you? Point and map bounds. Point and map bounds. Our location. This needs this for now. We don't have resize grid either. Why was I doing this? And it's not tile table, it's tile grid. We still have resize grid though. So I'm gonna go with it. What I wanted to say, due to my new obsession with jewels, it might take longer to get back to you in regards to... Okay. I'm gonna leave this in for now, but this... I'm not happy with this. This should probably go away. Our load map. Build tile grid. Yeah, we should probably just able to use build tile grid, I think. We'll take care of that here in a bit. Resize grid is still going to need to exist because we have the notion that we'll probably want to be able to... Well, not even from here, though. Resize grid should go away. This should probably go away. Less code. Less code is our goal in general here. Alright, so now we have our new test map restored. The World Manager test. This all needs to be... Oh, that's why you lived. Crap. So either this has to go into production code, or it needs to be... We need to rethink it. Okay. Well, hang on. Roll that back, because we do have this used to be the map test, so we have stuff in here that should actually probably be not here. Like this guy, these moving and looking, these guys actually need to be over here, I'm pretty sure. Test main sets up everything, writes that file, so that we can read. Yeah. So at the very least, this needs to be copied, possibly moved. Okay. For now, we're going to copy these two until we know what we don't use. Map config. We've got our constants. That's cool. That should have gone away. Yeah, you're duplicate. That's right. You are. You are indeed. But now, or for now, I guess I should say. So this moving and the looking all needs to come over here for sure. Or at least as sure as I can be. Place character at point. Okay, so yeah, we do need in here. All right, so we're going to have a global variable in the test package here. That's fine. Test broker. It's message broker. Because I need that. But test map move. Test move command. That's just public now. But also needs the broker. These all are going to need test broker. My concern is I believe the message broker is smart enough to drop stuff that nobody listens to. We just need to have them here so that we have the arguments satisfied for now. Because once we have our tests working again, we can start refactoring a little bit and have better assurances that we're not shooting ourselves in the foot. And kind of like do, you know, smaller changes at a time. Like this is the big one to get everything broken apart. That goes away. Test broker. Await bus messages. Used to live in here? Yes. We can still do that though, I think, since we have a global. Okay, we subscribe to test broker, but that's a new broker. Take you out, and instead test broker takes its place. Move test broker grid at expected error string not present at. This is just getting the location. We should be able, since we're in the same package, tile table. And we don't need to make a coordinate here if we're just going to get them at 1, 0. Oop. Wait. Error removing character ID from tile. Character is not present at. Why was I doing that when this is actually just... This isn't tile table. Why was I getting the location that I just specified? Instead of just printing where I looked. I could pull it out of there. I'm going to leave it even though it seems silly. I think I must have had a reason. I must have been concerned about an offset, maybe? But that might have come from working in the editor and sharing code. Maybe. I know that this grid at stuff, or I'm 99% sure this grid at stuff came from that need. Tile grid. Don't need a coordinate anymore. Just need that. That's fine. And I do need to go set up the test broker, but for now... Make sure... Yeah, okay. Test map is the new test map. And because we unsubscribe... broker should be smart enough to drop messages. I'm 99% sure that I did that. So it shouldn't matter if we're not listening, and if we are, we've already set up everything. We register and defer, unsubscribe. We should be all right. These fellas here, I believe, are only for test. Oh, yeah, I know they're only for tests because they're only in the test file. So they're just test helpers to help us not do the same work so much. This guy here, tile grid, at 0. 0. Delete those. Squared away. And if we have to go fix test broker, then we will, but for now, we're gonna go with that. Because again, he's going to go away if we can at all avoid him being in there. We're just going to dish out some responses to some folk from the world manager. Like so, like so. Okay. Button. Button. You public. Broker goes to you for now. Okay. That go there. Resize grid. That's a map. Load config, reload config. Those are all relocate tile. That shouldn't be there. Delete tile gone. Oh, I guess, okay. So we relocated a tile in here. We expect you to be, okay. That's fine. All of these tests also can go over here. These are all to do with just the map. This is new tile. This is tile. In the same package again. We should still have game map. Oh no, we don't have a config. We do that. And that. Okay. Reload a config. We basically need the same exact code here. Let's actually rename that though. Call you path. That'd be a little better. Same here. We call load on you. It's no longer, just don't even need you anymore. Okay, we marshal the test config, and then we make sure that the changes are as we expect them, essentially. Alright, we're going to go with that. That's fine. Just going to drop in our deal here. Like so. Everybody happy. Theory. Okay, so that tells us that all of this is actually no longer needed in here. We'll have to add tests here, but they're going to be new tests. We'll think about that as we go. We're going to put you, because you're a test only, even though you're public, you're going to go down there. And then this, we're going to leave it there because it should go away, but also because it's a pointer receiver, so, or it's a method. So I usually put them higher than internal only stuff. All right. Tile test, you're going to be super broken too, right? What do we got? What do we got? World Manager goes away from you. Alright, hang on. That's going to be a repeated deal. It's because we refactored initially and things got moved around. They're back in the same package, so we just need to replace world manager.new test map. And that needs to be an escaped. Could just turn off regex, but it's fine. That fix. Hello to you as well. And then we just need to go ahead and we're going to need a... Because we put people here. I'm working on a mud server editor. Or not editor, but just the server right now. Because you're in the same package, the same test main, does. We can reuse that. Perfect. Love that. And then these guys, we do the same thing we just did. Test broker. That's now public. Or exported if you prefer. That takes a test broker as well now. And then this same deal. We don't need this grid at nonsense. Tile grid at X and Y. We get our things, we compare them. We're happy. You. Test broker, like so. Same deal. Same deal here. Not test, tile, grid, U, X and Y, like so. Okay. And then connection doesn't have its own tests. It gets exercised through everybody else, basically. For now. Yeah, okay. Is that true? Thought I had connect. This is coordinates, not connection. Yeah, okay. So in theory now, everything should pass again. Let's see if that's true or not. Okay, I've got something in there that's not quite. Undefined world manager map in-game manager. But you exist now. This is no longer... Okay, there's my problem. I didn't update this guy. I can't do that. I need to do... World manager. Manager, you also need to be called... World manager. Don't mess with my strings. I'll do them myself as I need. The rest of it, though, you can fix. Okay. MOTD. Typo? It's not a typo. Save it to dictionary. Application level. What's wrong with you? MOTD is a word. Message of the day. Okay, that fixes that problemo. Okay, we've still got World Manager map and World Manager load map. Oh, right, server test. I just totally screwed that up. There we go. That's in Main. Right. You will need temporarily. We're gonna get rid of that for now. You have a shutdown. Why don't you think you have a shutdown? Did I forget? What's going on? Why do you say I'm disconnected from chat? I'm not. Don't lie to me. Load map. Because, yeah. Manager. That fixes that, but not that. That makes sense, though. So in order to start... Just to refactor for now, so that it works. We need a wrapper around loading map. That's fine. It used to take the map config. It still could, except the only thing in a map config, config.map_config, is a world manager config now. Rename, yes, please do. Which means I have to fix my config file before I forget. Map config. That wasn't the one. Let me pull you over here. That'll be more sane. World manager config. Okay, perfect. You correctly did that. Inside of my world manager config now, though, we have a config directory and a config file. And we fall back if we don't have one. Do I read YouTube chat? Yes. Load map. Map config. I'm gonna make you a world manager config. We can do that. And you return not a game map anymore. It's a world manager now. Okay. So. Like so. We'll have to rename you, but that's alright. We'll have to then... do that. Fill the fields. New logger with the name... World manager. Message broker. That shouldn't be a new. Yeah, you come in. Okay. Message broker. Does logging come in? You do. Okay. I don't know that I like that pattern anymore. We'll go with it though for right. Meow. Config file path. Now this is just going to be for now, map config file, right? Config directory. No. Yes. Okay. We need to clean that up too. That's fine. Game map is nil. That's fine. Because we need to actually load the map, but not you. And then for you, we just pass in the config file for now. If the error is not nil, turn error loading map. And we need to not forget the nil. Otherwise, game map is GM turn the address of new manager and nil. Oh my god, can't type. There we go. Okay. Log so. That should get us going, but let's call you load world manager. And this should actually really be this shouldn't even be load. This should just be new. I don't know why this is set to... Oh. I do now. It's because, map. Map takes the... Well, no. Load map. I don't know. Brain fart. That's why. That's why it's that way. This is new. Like so. That gets that wired up correctly. Okay, so we still got some problems here. What do we got left? Game manager test. I just totally screwed the pooch there. That bug has got to go. Guys, you got to fix it. Let me rerun that really quick. So, internal game manager test. Okay. Game manager test. Game manager test. Game manager test. Probably uses old stuff still. Yeah. Okay. Why this? You're just a pointer to a world manager. But that doesn't make any sense. I also this is okay. It's just a placeholder. It's just in there, so it's not new. Because we're testing the game manager, not a world manager. So that's going to be a continuing problem. We just need to replace world manager dot map like so. Oh yeah, escape A. I'm just going to turn off. As soon as I turn that off, I'm going to need a regex, but that's fine. That is what we're going to replace y'all with. That should fix up a whole bunch of you. And maybe even all of you. We just don't want a null pointer in there for some reason. I don't remember exactly why, but it doesn't really matter until it does. Okay. And then you're not really you're a mock world manager now, not a game map. Okay. That should fix that. Now we run you world manager load map in main test. Okay. That's all right. As soon as we can find you, we make you world manager new, because that got changed just a second ago. What do we still got here? We got error loading map, error reading file path, test map JSON, open, no such file or directory. This happened in game events? No. Where did you happen? Game manager test. Go. Game manager test not open yet. Wait, no, it's over here. Okay. And we got test map exists. You are used here. We write the file. Test config dir, test map config file. We defer cleanup. Okay, so that's where we set it up in main. And then here we try to use it, map config file. We need to fix manager config. Oh, it's because we didn't do this correctly. We need to do this first. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Config file path. It's config directory. And then this needs to load. But I thought, hang on. Didn't we just in main we joined you? Config directory is config directory map config folder. Okay, so there's still a map name file though. Or a string. So that should be okay. We just need to join them before we try to load them. Okay, so now we have an exit issue. Let me double check here. What were you? I gotta look that up. This is in test move via visible exit with a panic internal game map. So here. Or test move, yeah, it should be test move via visible as, yeah, right here. Oh, I'm dumb. Remember how I said we needed to set up the broker? Guess what I didn't do? Up here in main, we need, so we can set that up, that's fine. That's all fine. That's all good. We after our defer there. Okay. Then we need to say test broker is equal to message broker, new message broker. And you just literally return a pointer, so we're happy there. And meow. We don't reload config correctly. Because panic 860, logging 109, logging 72. Did I forget marshaled map? Write the file, join those. Tile config. Marshal the test config. Marshal, write file, join, reload. It's because you... Now you load map with a map path. Log info. How do you not have an info? If you were loaded, file path, because I forgot to give you one. Actually, hang on. Because we're going to set you log, logging, new logger. This needs to be an equal sign now. What are you so upset about? 1 equals 3. Because I had a comma there. Whoops. And you were going to say are sprintf. We're going to say string logger. And this will be our map config name for human readability purposes. That's what we're going to say. Okay. Why does it say no tests were found? There we go. Test reload config. Okay. So it's broken. And this relocate tile nonsense shouldn't even really be here. But reload. Where are you even at? You're in here. Okay. We need to take a look at you. Relocate tile. We'll have to read it to understand what I was trying to test. It may go away. To do. Pick up here. Fix tests. Fix maining. 2 tests. There. that's where we're going to start tomorrow. We're almost done with this huge refactor of breaking things apart. Then we'll start cleaning things up a little bit, getting it ready for multiple maps and for the refactor of the event system and getting some of that cleaned up. And then it might kind of go hand in hand together. We'll see. We'll do what makes sense. But for now, I'm starving. It's time for me to go have lunch. But I do this thing for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting today and ending on Monday. So come on back tomorrow. There's supposed to be some thunderstorms, and I use Starlink. So if my internet gets crap, I'll end early. But at 10 a.m., I'll be here, and we're going to start and go until we either finish or there is no ability to continue. And I'd love to see y'all again. So thanks to you, those of you who are returning viewers. It was good to see you. The new viewers, welcome. It was good to meet you. I'd love to see you again tomorrow. And if not, you guys have a great weekend anyway. I'll catch you some other time on down the road. Thanks again, everybody. Bye.